Welcome to What If, Sleepstorian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if, in the cobbled streets of 1930s Europe, where shadows danced with secrets and fog held mysteries close, a mind both meticulous and compassionate unravelled threads of deception that seemed to vanish like morning mist. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. The autumn of 1934 settled over Brussels like a silk scarf, soft and enveloping, carrying with it the scent of roasted chestnuts and the gentle whisper of leaves surrendering to the season. In the quiet elegance of Whitehaven mansions, where the gas lamps cast their amber glow through tall windows, Hercule Poirot sat in his favourite armchair, the leather worn smooth by years of contemplation. The fire in his hearth crackled with a rhythm as steady as a heartbeat, and the Belgian detective allowed himself a moment of perfect stillness. The world beyond his window seemed wrapped in velvet, the evening light filtering through the curtains like honey poured slowly over ancient stones. Brussels in the 1930s held a particular magic, a place where Art Deco elegance met old-world charm, where the Grand Place stood as a testament to centuries of craftsmanship, its guild halls glowing like jewelled boxes in the lamplight. The city breathed with the quiet confidence of a place that had weathered storms and emerged more beautiful for the weathering. Poirot's small hands rested gently on the arms of his chair, his perfectly waxed moustache catching the firelight as he gazed into the dancing flames. The day had been peaceful, a rarity in his profession, filled with the simple pleasures of organising his books in alphabetical order and polishing his patent leather shoes until they gleamed like obsidian mirrors. The apartment around him reflected his meticulous nature, every ornament in its precise place, every surface dust-free, every book spine aligned with mathematical precision. The sound of rain began as a whisper against the windows, growing gradually into a gentle percussion that seemed to encourage the very walls to settle deeper into their foundations. It was the kind of rain that invited reflection, that made the warmth inside feel all the more precious. The detective closed his eyes and allowed the sound to wash over him, remembering other evenings, other rains, other moments of tranquility before the storm of human mystery would inevitably arrive at his door. The telephone's ring, when it came, was almost apologetic in its intrusion. Poirot opened his eyes slowly, as if emerging from a pleasant dream, and regarded the instrument with the patience of a man who understood that duty, like the rain, would always find its way to where it was needed most. He rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a cat, his movements deliberate and unhurried, and lifted the receiver. "Hercule Poirot speaking," he said, his voice carrying the warm precision of a man who chose each word with care. The voice on the other end belonged to Inspector Jules Vanderberg of the Brussels Police, a man whose friendship with Poirot had grown over years of mutual respect and shared appreciation for justice served with compassion rather than vengeance. But tonight, Vanderberg's usually steady voice carried an undertone of something that made Poirot straighten slightly in his chair. "Mon ami," Vanderberg began, his French carrying the particular accent of the Brussels streets, "I find myself in need of your particular insights. We have a situation that defies conventional explanation, and I confess it troubles my sleep." Poirot's grey cells, as he fondly called them, began their gentle stirring, like leaves beginning to rustle before a breeze. "Tell me, my friend, what kind of puzzle presents itself?" "3 deaths," Vanderberg said, and in the pause that followed, Poirot could almost hear the inspector's struggle to find words adequate to the mystery. 3 deaths in 3 different cities, Brussels, Paris and Lille, all within the past month. Each victim was a person of considerable importance, a diplomat, a banker and a journalist. All 3 were found dead in locked rooms, with no sign of violence, no weapon, and no indication of how the killer entered or escaped. The rain against the windows seemed to grow softer, as if the very elements were leaning in to listen. Poirot moved to his writing desk, a beautiful piece of mahogany that had served him through countless investigations, and withdrew a notebook bound in soft leather. His pen, a fountain pen with a gold nib that wrote like silk across paper, hovered above the virgin page. "The circumstances of discovery," he inquired, his voice taking on the gentle but focused quality it assumed when his mind began its methodical work. Each victim was found by their closest associate, secretary, personal assistant, or spouse, in their private study or office. The rooms were locked from the inside with no other means of entry. Windows were either sealed or opened only to sheer drops that no human could navigate without equipment that would have left traces. The local police in each city have conducted thorough investigations, but Vanderberg's voice trailed off like smoke dispersing in still air. "But the how remains as elusive as morning mist," Poirot finished gently. "And when? At what hours did these tragedies occur?" "Always in the evening, between 7 and 9 o'clock. Always when the victims were thought to be working alone, reviewing important documents. And always—" Vanderberg paused, and Poirot could sense the inspector's reluctance to voice what came next. "Always with expressions of such peace on their faces that the first assumption was natural death, until the post-mortem examinations revealed otherwise." Poirot's pen began to move across the page, capturing not just facts but impressions, the subtle details that often proved more significant than the obvious ones. The timing suggested routine, which implied observation and planning. The locked room spoke of impossible logistics or extraordinary ingenuity. But most intriguingly, the peaceful expression suggested death without struggle, without awareness, a contradiction that made his grey cells hum with interest. "The nature of the poison?" he asked, though somehow he suspected the answer would only deepen the mystery. "That's perhaps the strangest aspect of all," Vanderberg replied, his voice carrying the weight of professional frustration tempered by genuine puzzlement. "No poison was found in their systems, no toxins, no drugs, nothing that medical science can identify as a cause of death. It's as if," he struggled for words, "as if they simply chose to stop living." The detective set down his pen and moved back to the window, where the rain continued its gentle conversation with the glass. Brussels spread out below him, a city of secrets wrapped in the comfortable darkness of evening. Streetlights created pools of amber warmth along the boulevards, and in the distance the spires of the cathedral reached towards stars that hid behind clouds like shy children. "Mon ami," Poirot said softly, "I believe you speak not of murder in the conventional sense, but of something far more subtle. Something that requires not the crude instrument of knife or gun, but the delicate touch of a mind that understands the deepest vulnerabilities of the human spirit." "You'll take the case?" Vanderberg asked, and relief flowed through his voice like water through a drought-stricken garden. "Indeed. But first I must see these rooms where the impossible became reality. Can you arrange for me to visit the scene in Brussels tomorrow morning, and perhaps provide me with detailed reports from Paris and Lille?" "Of course. The Brussels victim was Monsieur Philippe Durand, a career diplomat who had recently returned from sensitive negotiations in Berlin. His study remains exactly as it was found, at his widow's request. She hopes that preserving the scene might somehow bring him back, though she knows the folly of such thinking." Poirot's expression softened with the particular compassion he felt for those whose grief made them vulnerable to impossible hopes. "We shall visit Madame Durand with all the gentleness her sorrow deserves. But tell me, was there anything connecting these three men beyond their prominence in their respective fields?" The question hung in the air like incense, and Poirot could almost hear Vanderberg's mind working through possibilities. "Nothing obvious," the inspector replied finally, "though I confess the investigation has been complicated by certain, shall we say, diplomatic considerations. It seems that each victim had recently been involved in activities that touched upon matters of national security. And there, like the first star appearing through a break in the clouds, was the thread that might lead them through the labyrinth." Poirot nodded to himself, feeling the familiar stirring of intellectual excitement tempered by the solemnity of violent death. "I shall be ready at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Until then, mon ami, try to find some rest. The mystery will keep until dawn, but we shall need clear minds to unravel it." After ending the call, Poirot returned to his chair by the fire, but sleep seemed as distant as the stars. Instead, he allowed his mind to drift through the puzzle, not forcing connections, but letting impressions settle like snow on still water. 3 men, 3 cities, 3 impossible deaths. The word invisible whispered through his thoughts. Invisible killer, invisible method, invisible motive. The fire began to burn lower, its flames dancing with less enthusiasm but no less beauty. In the growing dimness, shadows seemed to gain substance, and Poirot found himself thinking about the nature of invisibility itself. What made something truly unseen? Was it merely the absence of visibility, or was it something more deliberate, the art of hiding in plain sight, of becoming so expected that one ceased to be noticed? Outside, Brussels settled into its nighttime rhythm. Late trams carried workers home, their bells chiming softly through the rain-washed streets. Cafe windows glowed with warm yellow light, promising comfort and companionship to those who sought refuge from the autumn chill. In the distance, a church bell tolled the hour, 10 o'clock, its bronze voice carrying stories of centuries past and dreams of mornings yet to come. Poirot rose and prepared for bed with his usual meticulous ritual. He arranged his clothes with geometric precision, cleaned his teeth with movements as choreographed as a ballet, and settled into bed with a book of poetry by Paul Verlaine. But even the gentle rhythms of French verse could not entirely quiet his mind's insistence on returning to the puzzle of the invisible assassin. As sleep finally began to claim him, one last thought drifted through his consciousness like a leaf settling on still water. The most dangerous adversary was not the one who struck from darkness, but the one who could kill while standing in full light, unseen because they belonged so perfectly to the world they moved through that their very presence became invisible. Morning arrived with the soft persistence of a cat seeking attention, filtering through the curtains of Poirot's bedroom in gentle gradations of pearl and gold. The rain had departed during the night, leaving behind a world washed clean and glistening, where every surface seemed to hold light like a promise. The detective woke naturally, without need of an alarm, his internal clock as precise as any mechanism crafted by human hands. His morning routine was a symphony of small perfections. The careful arrangement of his moustache, the selection of a tie that complemented both his mood and the gravity of the day's purpose, the preparation of café au lait in a ratio that satisfied both palate and propriety. As he sipped his coffee, he reviewed his notes from the previous evening, letting the facts settle in his mind like sediment in still water. Inspector Vanderberg arrived precisely at 9 o'clock, his punctuality a testament to both professional courtesy and personal anxiety. He was a man of middle years whose face bore the particular lines that came from balancing justice with political necessity, deeper around the eyes than ordinary worry would carve, but softened by a mouth that retained its capacity for genuine humour. His coat was well tailored, but showing the wear of a man who earned his living with his mind rather than his inheritance. "Mon ami," Poirot greeted him warmly, "you have slept." "Some," Vanderberg replied, accepting the offer of coffee with gratitude, "though I confess the case has taken residence in my thoughts like an unwelcome guest who refuses to leave." They travelled through the morning streets of Brussels in Vanderberg's official car, a black Citroën that moved through the city with the quiet authority of law enforcement. Brussels in the early hours held a particular beauty. The architecture of the Grand Place catching the autumn light, the vendors setting up their stalls in the markets, the businessmen walking briskly to their offices with newspapers tucked under their arms, like badges of membership in the adult world. The Durand residence stood in the fashionable Uccle district, a mansion that spoke of old money handled with discretion rather than ostentation. The house was built of pale stone that seemed to absorb the morning light and reflect it back with interest, surrounded by gardens that even in autumn retained their formal elegance. Ivy climbed the walls in patterns so perfect they might have been designed, and the windows gleamed like eyes that had seen much but judged little. Madame Durand received them in a drawing-room that breathed with the quiet sophistication of a woman who had spent her life as the wife of a diplomat. She was perhaps 50, with silver beginning to thread through dark hair arranged with the precision of someone who understood that appearance was itself a form of diplomacy. Her grief was present but controlled, held in check by years of practice at maintaining composure in circumstances where personal emotion might compromise professional necessity. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice carrying the particular accent of educated Brussels French, "Inspector Vanderberg tells me you may be able to shed light on this terrible mystery. I confess I find myself hoping for understanding more than justice. I need to comprehend how such a thing could happen to Philippe in his own study, surrounded by everything familiar and safe." Poirot's response was pitched to acknowledge both her pain and her dignity. "Madame, I cannot promise answers, but I pledge to you my complete attention to the truth, whatever form it may take. May we perhaps see the study where your husband spent his final hours?" She led them through hallways lined with photographs that chronicled a life of service. Diplomatic receptions, state dinners, meetings with figures who shaped the political landscape of Europe. Philippe Durand emerged from these images as a man of intelligence and integrity, someone who navigated the complex currents of international relations with both skill and principle. The study itself was a room that seemed to embody its owner's character. Books in multiple languages lined the walls, their spines showing the wear of actual reading rather than display. A desk of dark walnut held papers arranged with methodical precision. A leather chair faced the window where morning light fell across a Persian carpet, whose deep blues and golds had been chosen to complement rather than compete with the room's essential atmosphere of scholarly contemplation. "Everything remains exactly as Philippe left it," Madame Durand explained, her voice carrying the weight of a decision made in grief but maintained through determination. "I could not bear to disturb anything until we understand what happened." Poirot moved through the room with the careful attention of a naturalist studying a habitat, noting not just what was present but how things related to each other. The desk faced the window but was positioned so that someone seated there could also observe the door. The chair was adjusted to a height that suggested long hours of work and comfort. Books were shelved according to a system that privileged frequent use over alphabetical order. Diplomatic histories at eye level, language dictionaries within easy reach, philosophical works at the height that required deliberate selection. "The door?" Poirot inquired gently. "It was locked from the inside." "With the key turned and left in the lock," Vanderberg confirmed. "The housekeeper discovered him the following morning when he failed to appear for breakfast. She knocked repeatedly, then fetched Madame Durand, who authorized her to contact a locksmith. And the window?" Poirot moved to examine the casement, which opened onto a sheer drop to the gardens below. 3 stories with no balcony, no ledge, no means of access that would not require equipment too conspicuous to use undetected. "Sealed when we found him," Madame Durand said. "Philippe always kept it closed during his evening work sessions. He found fresh air distracting when he needed to concentrate." Poirot nodded, his eyes taking in details that might escape casual observation. A small water glass on the desk, empty but showing the faint residue of recent use. Papers arranged in neat stacks that suggested work interrupted rather than completed. A fountain pen capped and placed parallel to the desk's edge with the precision of habit. "The evening he died," Poirot said softly. "Was there anything unusual in his routine? Any visitors, telephone calls, correspondence that seemed to affect his mood?" Madame Durand considered the question with the careful attention it deserved. "Nothing that seemed significant at the time. He received a telephone call around 6 o'clock. Someone from the ministry, I assumed, as he often did. He seemed perhaps more thoughtful than usual afterward, but Philippe was always contemplative when working on sensitive matters." "Do you recall the caller's name?" "He didn't say, and I didn't ask. After 25 years of diplomatic life, one learns not to inquire too closely about the details of official business." Inspector Vanderberg produced a manila folder thick with documents. "These are the reports from Paris and Lille, along with photographs of the crime scenes and post-mortem results. The similarities are remarkable." As Poirot examined the materials, patterns began to emerge like shapes forming in morning mist. The banker in Paris, Marcel Fouquet, was found dead in his private office at the Banque Nationale. The journalist in Lille, Henri Moreau, discovered in his study at home. In each case, the same impossible circumstances: locked rooms, no signs of struggle, no trace of poison or violence, expressions of such peace that death seemed more like sleep. But it was the photographs that captured Poirot's attention most intensely. Each scene showed the same meticulous arrangement: papers in neat stacks, writing implements precisely placed, water glasses empty but recently used. The positioning suggested work was interrupted, but not by alarm or struggle. Rather, it was as if each victim had simply set down his pen, arranged his materials with habitual care, and chosen that moment to cease living. "The telephone calls," Poirot murmured, more to himself than to his companions. In each case, was there a telephone call in the hours before death? Vanderburg consulted his notes. In Paris, Fouquet received a call from someone claiming to represent a new client interested in substantial investments. In Lille, Moreau was contacted by someone offering information about a story he was investigating. In each case, the caller's identity could not be verified afterward. The pattern crystallized in Poirot's mind like frost forming on glass. 3 men, 3 telephone calls, 3 impossible deaths. But more than that, 3 individuals whose work involved secrets, whose knowledge might be valuable to someone willing to kill for silence. The invisible assassin was becoming less invisible with each detail, though the method remained as elusive as ever. "I would like to speak with the housekeeping staff," Poirot said. "Often those who maintain the quiet functioning of a household observe details that others might miss." Marie, the Durand family's housekeeper, was a woman whose 40 years of service had given her the particular insight that comes from caring for others, without intruding upon their privacy. She met them in the kitchen, a room that managed to be both functionally modern and comfortably traditional, where copper pots gleamed alongside the latest electrical appliances. Monsieur Philippe was a creature of habit, she explained, her hands busy with the preparation of coffee as she spoke. Every evening he would retire to his study at 7 o'clock, work until 10, then join Madame for a light supper. That night was no different. Except... She paused, her expression troubled by a memory that seemed to hover just beyond clear recollection. "Except," Poirot prompted gently. "When I brought his usual tea at 8:30, I knocked as always, but received no response. I assumed he was deeply involved in his work and didn't wish to be disturbed. It was only the next morning, when I found the tea tray untouched outside his door, that I realized something was wrong." "The tea tray," Poirot said, his grey cells beginning to stir with renewed interest. "Was it your habit to leave it if Monsieur did not respond?" "Never before. Always he would call for me to enter, or come to the door himself if he preferred privacy. That night was the first time in 20 years that he failed to acknowledge my presence." The significance of the untouched tea tray settled in Poirot's mind like a key finding its lock. If Durand had been alive at 8:30 but failed to respond to the housekeeper's knock, it suggested that whatever had befallen him occurred within that specific window of time, between 8:30 and 10 o'clock when his usual work session would have ended. As they prepared to leave the Durand residence, Madame Durand accompanied them to the door with the careful grace of a woman determined to maintain dignity in the face of incomprehensible loss. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice carrying both hope and resignation, "my husband was a man who believed in the power of truth to illuminate even the darkest corners of human experience. I ask only that you honour that belief in your investigation." The detective's response was pitched to acknowledge both her request and her grief. "Madame, I give you my word that the truth, whatever its nature, will be pursued with the respect your husband deserves and the thoroughness justice requires." As they drove away from the Durand mansion, Brussels opening around them like a book whose pages told stories of centuries past and possibilities yet to be written, Poirot allowed his mind to drift through the accumulating evidence. 3 locked rooms, 3 impossible deaths, 3 men whose work touched upon the secret currents of European politics, the telephone calls that preceded each death, the peaceful expressions of the victims, the meticulous arrangement of their personal effects, all suggested a killer whose method transcended physical violence to achieve something far more subtle, and terrifying. "Mon ami," he said to Vanderberg as they navigated the increasingly busy streets of the morning city, "I believe we are dealing not with a conventional assassin, but with someone who has learned to weaponize the human capacity for despair. Someone who kills not with poison or blade, but with the careful application of hopelessness itself." The inspector glanced at him with an expression that mixed professional interest with personal concern. "You speak as if murder can be committed with words alone." "Perhaps not words alone," Poirot replied, watching the city pass by the car window. Ordinary people living ordinary lives, unaware that somewhere among them moved someone who had mastered the art of invisible death. But with the precise application of psychological pressure to minds already under strain. Consider, each victim was a man of considerable responsibility, dealing with matters of national importance. Each had reason to fear what might happen if certain information became public. What if someone had learned to identify exactly the right pressure to apply, the right moment of vulnerability to exploit? They arrived at police headquarters, a building whose stern facade concealed the dedicated work of men and women committed to maintaining order in an increasingly complex world. Vanderberg's office reflected its occupant's character. Functional furniture arranged for efficiency, filing cabinets organised according to a system comprehensible only to their keeper, and windows that faced not the busy street, but a quiet courtyard where trees provided seasonal variations in the view. "I've arranged for you to have access to all our files on the case," Vanderberg explained, indicating a desk that had been cleared for Poirot's use. "Additionally, I've contacted my counterparts in Paris and Lille. They're expecting your inquiries and have agreed to provide whatever assistance you require." Poirot settled into the work with the methodical patience that had served him through countless investigations. He spread the case files across the desk like a general studying maps before a campaign, looking not just at individual details but at patterns that might emerge from the totality of evidence. The banker, Marcel Fouquet, had been involved in financing certain activities that might have been sensitive to international oversight. The journalist, Henri Moreau, had been investigating connections between European business interests and political movements that some might prefer to keep private. The diplomat, Philippe Durand, had recently returned from negotiations that touched upon the delicate balance of power in a Europe increasingly aware of its own fragility. Each man had possessed knowledge that might be valuable to someone willing to kill for it. But more than that, each had been in a position where the wrong kind of pressure, applied with precision and understanding, might render death preferable to the consequences of living with certain revelations. The afternoon passed like water through cupped hands, each hour bringing new details but no breakthrough that would illuminate the mystery completely. Poirot found himself drawn again and again to the photographs of the crime scenes, studying them with the intensity of an art critic examining a masterpiece. There was something about the arrangement of objects, the positioning of the bodies, the expressions on the faces of the deceased, that suggested not just death but a kind of resolution, as if each victim had found, in his final moments, a piece that had eluded him in life. As evening approached, casting long shadows across the courtyard visible from Vanderberg's office, Poirot felt the familiar stirring of insight beginning to coalesce. Not the sudden flash of revelation that dramatic stories might suggest, but the gradual accumulation of understanding that came from allowing facts to settle and connect in the quiet spaces of the mind. "Inspector," he said, looking up from the files spread before him, "I should like to visit Paris tomorrow. There is something about the banker's death that may provide the key to understanding the others. Of course, I can arrange for Inspector Marchand to meet you at the Gare du Nord. He's been most cooperative in sharing information about the Fouquet case." As they prepared to leave the police station, Poirot paused at the window overlooking the courtyard, where the last light of day was painting the trees in shades of gold and amber. Brussels evening was beginning its gentle transformation of the city, as streetlights began to flicker on, and the windows of offices and cafes glowed with the warm promise of human companionship. "Tell me, mon ami," Poirot said softly, "in your experience, what drives a man to prefer death to the alternative?" Vanderberg considered the question with the gravity it deserved. Shame, perhaps. The fear of exposure, of losing everything one has worked to build, the knowledge that one has betrayed trust so fundamentally that continuing to live becomes unbearable. Precisely, and if someone had learned to identify men in such vulnerable states, and to apply exactly the right pressure at exactly the right moment. Poirot let the implication hang in the air like incense, present but not overwhelming. You believe the killer is someone who understands not just how to cause death, but how to make it seem preferable to life. I believe we are dealing with someone who has studied the human heart with the precision of a surgeon and the coldness of a calculator, someone who kills not in passion, but with the methodical application of despair. They walked through the evening streets of Brussels toward Poirot's apartment, the city settling around them like a familiar blanket. The cafes were beginning to fill with workers seeking the comfort of wine and conversation after long days, and the sound of laughter and music drifted through the cooling air. It was a scene of ordinary human contentment that made the mystery they pursued seem all the more sinister by contrast. Back in his apartment, Poirot prepared for the journey to Paris with his customary attention to detail. He selected clothing appropriate for the gravity of the investigation, while maintaining the standards of elegance he believed essential to both personal dignity and professional effectiveness. As he packed his small suitcase, his mind continued to work through the puzzle, sorting details and impressions like a librarian organising books according to a system visible only to herself. The telephone rang as he was preparing for bed, its sound cutting through the evening quiet like a bell calling the faithful to prayer. He answered with his usual courtesy, expecting perhaps a final detail from Vanderberg or a confirmation of arrangements for the following day's travel. Instead, he found himself listening to a voice he did not recognise. Cultured, speaking French with an accent he could not immediately place, carrying a tone that suggested both intelligence and something else, something that made the small hairs on the back of his neck stir with instinctive wariness. "Monsieur Poirot," the voice said, "I understand you have involved yourself in the matter of certain unfortunate deaths. I wonder if I might suggest that some mysteries are better left unsolved, for the sake of all concerned." The detective's response was immediate and uncompromising. "I am afraid, monsieur, that justice recognises no such consideration. Truth, like morning light, has a way of illuminating what prefers to remain in darkness." A pause followed, filled not with silence but with the quality of attention that suggested the caller was reassessing both Poirot's character and his own approach to their conversation. "You mistake my meaning," the voice continued, now carrying a note of something that might have been regret. "I speak not of justice but of consequences. There are some secrets whose revelation causes more harm than their concealment." "And yet," Poirot replied gently, "in my experience, it is precisely such secrets that most require the light of truth. Good evening, monsieur." He replaced the receiver with the calm deliberation of a man who had faced threats before, and found them less alarming than the alternative of surrendering to them. But as he prepared for bed, he found himself thinking not of the threat itself, but of the quality of intelligence behind it, the careful phrasing, the precise calibration of pressure, the underlying assumption that fear might succeed where direct intimidation would fail. It was, he realised, exactly the approach that might have been used on the three victims, the subtle application of psychological pressure designed to make surrender seem not just inevitable but preferable. The invisible assassin was beginning to show his hand, and in doing so was providing Poirot with the very information he needed to understand both the method and the mind behind these impossible murders. As sleep finally claimed him, one last thought drifted through his consciousness. The most dangerous enemy was not the one who killed in darkness, but the one who convinced his victims to embrace the darkness themselves. The morning train to Paris moved through the Belgian countryside with the steady rhythm of precision engineering, carrying Poirot through landscapes that seemed painted in the muted palette of late autumn. Fields stretched toward horizons that disappeared into mist, and farmhouses stood like ancient stones in settings that had changed little over centuries. The detective had chosen a compartment that afforded him both privacy and a view of the passing world, and he used the journey to review his notes and allow his mind to work through the accumulating patterns of the case. The telephone call from the previous evening lingered in his thoughts like the taste of wine that improves with reflection. The caller had revealed more than he intended, not just in what he said, but in how he said it. The voice carried the particular accent of education without regional specificity, suggesting someone who had learned to move between social and geographic boundaries with equal ease. More significantly, the approach had been psychological rather than physical, an attempt to discourage through the application of sophisticated reasoning rather than crude intimidation. It was exactly the methodology he suspected had been used on the victims. Paris emerged from the morning mist like a woman removing a veil, revealing first the industrial outskirts, and then, gradually, the architectural grandeur that had made the city a touchstone of European civilization. The Gare du Nord received Poirot with its characteristic blend of functional efficiency and Belle Époque elegance, and waiting for him on the platform was Inspector Marchand of the Paris Prefecture, a man whose appearance suggested both competence and the particular wariness that came from years of investigating crimes where political considerations complicated the pursuit of truth. Monsieur Poirot, Marchand greeted him, his handshake firm and his expression carrying the mixture of hope and scepticism with which professional investigators regarded colleagues whose reputations preceded them. I confess myself eager to hear your thoughts on the Fouquet case. It has proven resistant to conventional analysis. They travelled through Paris in Marchand's official car, navigating streets that pulsed with the energy of a city that had positioned itself as both the intellectual and cultural centre of Europe. The architecture spoke of centuries of accumulated confidence, wide boulevards lined with buildings that seemed to grow naturally from their foundations, cafes whose very existence promised both stimulating conversation and excellent coffee, bookshops whose windows displayed the latest works of minds that shaped the continent's understanding of itself. The Banque Nationale occupied a building that embodied both financial solidity and aesthetic sophistication, its facade suggesting an institution that had weathered economic storms through a combination of conservative wisdom and innovative adaptation. Marcel Fouquet's office was on the third floor, overlooking a courtyard where plane trees provided a buffer between the world of commerce and the quieter rhythms of residential life. The office remains sealed, Marchand explained as they ascended stairs whose marble had been worn smooth by decades of bankers' footsteps. Madame Fouquet has requested that we maintain it exactly as found, pending resolution of the case. Fouquet's office proved to be a study in controlled elegance. Furniture chosen for both comfort and impression, artwork selected to suggest sophistication without ostentation, and books arranged to demonstrate the range of interests expected of a man whose professional responsibilities extended beyond mere financial calculation. The desk faced not the window, but the door, suggesting someone who preferred to observe visitors rather than be distracted by the view outside. He was found seated at his desk, Marchand continued, consulting notes written in the precise hand of a man who understood the importance of accurate detail. The door was locked from the inside with the key left in the lock. The window was closed and latched and faces a courtyard with no access from ground level. The building's security guard reported no unusual activity, no visitors after hours, nothing to suggest any disturbance. Poirot moved through the office with his customary methodical attention, noting not just what was present but how things related to each other in the larger pattern of the room's arrangement. The chair was adjusted to a height that suggested long hours of work, the desk lamp positioned to illuminate papers without creating shadows, a small water carafe placed within easy reach, but showing signs of recent use. The telephone call, Poirot inquired, that preceded his death. What do we know of its nature? According to the bank's telephone operator, someone claiming to represent the Rothschild interests in London requested to speak with Fouquet personally. The call lasted approximately 15 minutes, after which Fouquet asked not to be disturbed and remained in his office until he was found the following morning. And the caller's identity was never confirmed. When we contacted the Rothschild offices, they had no record of any such call being authorised. The number from which the call originated was traced to a public telephone booth near the Gare de l'Est, a location chosen, I suspect, for both its anonymity and its convenience to someone who might need to depart the city quickly. Poirot nodded, his fingers tracing the edge of Fouquet's desk as his mind processed the implications. The pattern was becoming clearer. Each victim received a call that appeared to offer either opportunity or threat related to their professional activities, followed by a period of private contemplation that ended in inexplicable death. The methodology suggested someone with intimate knowledge not just of each victim's professional circumstances, but of their psychological vulnerabilities. The post-mortem examination, he continued, revealed no physical cause of death, nothing whatsoever, no poison, no drugs, no signs of violence or struggle. Dr. Beaumont, who conducted the examination, confided that in 30 years of forensic medicine, he had never encountered a case where the cause of death was so completely absent from the physical evidence. They were interrupted by the arrival of Madame Fouquet, a woman whose grief had settled into the particular dignity of those who have learned to carry sorrow without allowing it to overwhelm their capacity for practical action. She was perhaps 45, dressed in the understated elegance that suggested both good taste and the financial means to indulge it. Her dark hair, arranged with the precision of someone who understood that maintaining appearances was itself a form of respect for the deceased. "Monsieur Poirot," she said, her voice carrying the cultured accent of educated Parisian society, "Inspector Marchand tells me you may be able to shed light on Marcel's death. I confess I find myself less interested in justice than in understanding. I need to comprehend how such a thing could happen to a man who seemed to have every reason to live." Poirot's response acknowledged both her pain and her intelligence. "Madame, in my experience the pursuit of understanding and the pursuit of justice are often the same path viewed from different perspectives. May I ask about your husband's state of mind in the days preceding his death? Was he troubled by anything in particular?" She considered the question with the care it deserved, her hands folded in her lap with the unconscious grace of a woman trained from childhood in the management of social situations. Marcel had been preoccupied in recent weeks with certain irregularities in some of the bank's international transactions. Nothing illegal, he assured me, but patterns that suggested someone was using our services for purposes that might not bear close scrutiny. He had been debating whether to report his concerns to the authorities. The significance of her revelation settled in the room like dust motes in afternoon light. Present, observable, but requiring the right angle of illumination to be properly seen. Marcel Fouquet had been a man caught between professional duty and personal caution, aware of activities that might compromise both his bank and his own position, struggling with the decision of whether to risk exposure by reporting what he suspected. "Did he mention specifics about these transactions?" Poirot asked gently. "Only that they involved substantial sums moving between accounts in ways that seemed designed to obscure their ultimate destination. Marcel said it reminded him of the methods used to finance activities that governments preferred to keep unofficial, the kind of funding that supported what he called the invisible wars that shape the visible world." Inspector Marchand exchanged a glance with Poirot that conveyed both understanding and concern. If Fouquet had discovered evidence of covert financing operations, his knowledge might indeed have been valuable enough to kill for, valuable enough to justify the elaborate methodology that had been employed to silence him. "The telephone call he received that final evening," Madame Fouquet continued, "seemed to agitate him more than usual. When I asked about it afterward, he said only that someone had offered him information that might help him understand the patterns he'd been observing, but at a price he wasn't certain he was prepared to pay." "What manner of price?" Poirot inquired, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Marcel said the caller had suggested that some forms of knowledge carried obligations that might prove inconvenient for a man in his position. The implication was that learning the truth might require him to act upon it, regardless of the personal consequences. There it was again, the careful application of psychological pressure, the suggestion that the victim's own curiosity and sense of duty might trap him in a situation where death became preferable to the alternatives. The invisible assassin was someone who understood not just how to kill, but how to create circumstances where his victims would choose death over the consequences of living with certain knowledge. As they prepared to leave the bank, Poirot found himself drawn once more to the window of Fouquet's office, looking down into the courtyard where afternoon shadows were beginning to lengthen across the cobblestones. Paris spread beyond in all its complexity, a city of visible beauty built upon invisible foundations of commerce, politics, and human ambition. Somewhere in that maze of streets and intentions moved someone who had learned to navigate the hidden currents of European society with deadly efficiency. The journey to Lille on the afternoon train provided Poirot with time to synthesize the accumulating evidence. The countryside of northern France passed by the window, like pages in a book of pastoral poetry, fields harvested and waiting for winter's rest, farmhouses whose smoke rose straight into still air, villages that seemed to exist in peaceful isolation from the complications of modern life. But Poirot's mind was occupied with complications of a different sort. 3 men, 3 cities, 3 impossible deaths. Each victim had possessed knowledge that might be dangerous to someone with interest in maintaining certain secrets. Each had received a telephone call that appeared to offer either opportunity or information related to their professional concerns. Each had died alone, in a locked room, with no physical evidence of the cause of death. The pattern suggested not just method, but motive. Someone was eliminating individuals who posed threats to activities that required absolute secrecy to remain effective. But more than that, the killer was someone with the psychological sophistication to manipulate his victims into choosing death over the alternatives they faced. Lille's industrial landscape emerged from the afternoon mist like a meditation on the marriage between human ambition and mechanical precision. The city had grown around its role as a centre of textile manufacturing, and even in the 1930s, it retained the character of a place where the rhythms of commerce and the needs of workers had found a balance that served both efficiency and community. Inspector Dubois met Poirot at the station, a man whose appearance suggested both professional competence and the particular wariness of an investigator who had spent his career dealing with cases where political considerations complicated the pursuit of truth. His handshake was firm, his expression serious, and his manner carried the mixture of hope and scepticism that Poirot had encountered in his colleagues in Brussels and Paris. "Monsieur Poirot," Dubois greeted him, "the Moreau case has proven most perplexing. I confess myself eager to hear your thoughts on certain aspects that have resisted conventional analysis." Henri Moreau had lived in a house that reflected both his success as a journalist and his commitment to the craft of writing. A comfortable residence in a neighbourhood that balanced proximity to the city centre with the quieter rhythms of domestic life. The study where he had died was a room that spoke of a man who treated words as both tools and treasures, with bookshelves that displayed works in multiple languages and a desk arranged for the serious business of translating observation into understanding. Like the others, Dubois explained as they examined the scene, the room was locked from the inside with no means of access from outside. The window faces a garden, but the ground level is too far below to permit entry without equipment that would have left traces. Poirot moved through Moreau's study with his customary attention to detail, noting the careful arrangement of notebooks, the position of the typewriter, a modern machine that spoke of a professional commitment to efficiency, and the small personal touches that revealed character, a photograph of Moreau receiving a journalism award, a letter opener shaped like a miniature sword, a collection of fountain pens arranged with the precision of a craftsman's tools. The story he was investigating, Poirot inquired, what was its nature? Connections between certain French business interests and political movements in Germany. Moreau had been researching what he called the invisible bridges, financial and personal relationships that crossed national boundaries in ways that might not be immediately apparent to casual observers. The phrase invisible bridges resonated in Poirot's mind with the particular frequency of significance. Each victim had been investigating or involved with activities that existed in the spaces between official recognition and private reality. The diplomat dealing with unofficial negotiations, the banker observing irregular transactions, the journalist researching hidden connections. The telephone call that preceded his death, Dubois continued, consulting his notes, came from someone claiming to have documents that would provide definitive proof of the connections Moreau was investigating. The caller suggested a meeting, but when Moreau attempted to confirm the appointment the following day, the number led only to another public telephone booth. And Moreau's state of mind in his final days? According to his editor at Le Nord Libre, he had been increasingly excited about the story, but also increasingly worried about the implications of what he was discovering. He had mentioned concerns about the safety of pursuing certain lines of investigation, but seemed unable to abandon the story despite his reservations. Again, the pattern. A man caught between professional duty and personal caution, offered information that might provide the answers he sought, but at a cost he might not be prepared to pay. The invisible assassin was someone who understood exactly how to identify such moments of vulnerability and exploit them with deadly precision. As evening fell over Lille, Poirot found himself walking through the city's quiet streets with Inspector Dubois, discussing not just the details of the case but its broader implications. The industrial architecture of the city seemed to echo their concerns. Buildings that had been constructed to serve specific purposes, but whose ultimate meaning emerged only when viewed as part of the larger pattern of urban life. "You believe," Dubois said, as they paused at a cafe whose warm light spilled onto the pavement like an invitation to human companionship, "that these deaths are connected not just by method, but by motive." "I believe," Poirot replied, watching the ordinary life of the city continue around them. Workers heading home, families gathering for dinner, young couples walking hand in hand through the gathering darkness, that we are dealing with someone who has identified individuals whose knowledge poses specific threats to activities that require absolute secrecy to remain effective. A spy? More than that. Someone who has learned to weaponize the human capacity for moral responsibility. Each victim was a man of conscience, faced with knowledge that would require him to choose between personal safety and ethical duty. Our assassin has learned to create circumstances where that choice becomes literally unbearable. They took the evening train back to Brussels, the journey through the darkness of northern France providing a kind of moving meditation on the case that was slowly revealing its true nature. Poirot gazed out the window at the lights of towns and villages, each representing communities of people living their lives according to the assumption that the world operated according to comprehensible rules and recognizable boundaries. But somewhere in that same world moved someone who had learned to navigate the spaces between rules, to exploit the vulnerabilities that existed in the gaps between public appearance and private reality. The invisible assassin was becoming less invisible with each detail they uncovered, though the specific method of murder remained as elusive as ever. Back in Brussels, as the train pulled into the familiar surroundings of the Gare Centrale, Poirot felt the particular satisfaction that came from sensing a puzzle beginning to resolve itself into patterns of comprehensible meaning. He was still far from understanding exactly how the murders had been accomplished, but he was beginning to grasp both the mind that had conceived them and the circumstances that had made them possible. Inspector Vanderberg was waiting on the platform, his presence suggesting developments that could not wait for the more leisurely rhythms of morning consultation. His expression carried the mixture of excitement and concern that indicated significant progress, complicated by equally significant complications. "Mon ami," he greeted Poirot as they walked through the station. "We have received another telephone call. The same voice that contacted you yesterday evening has requested a meeting. He claims to have information that will resolve the case, but insists that it must be shared in circumstances that guarantee both his safety and yours." Poirot paused in his walking, his mind immediately calculating the implications of such a development. The invisible assassin was either becoming careless, or was deliberately revealing himself for reasons that might serve his purposes as well as theirs. Either possibility required careful consideration. What manner of meeting does he propose? Tomorrow evening, at the Café de la Paix near the Grand Place, a public location, but one where conversation can be conducted without fear of official observation. He specifically requested that you come alone, though he acknowledged that you would naturally take precautions appropriate to the circumstances. And you, mon ami, what is your assessment of this development? Vanderberg's expression reflected the caution of a professional investigator balanced against the eagerness of someone who sensed that resolution might finally be within reach. It could be a trap, but it could also be someone who has decided that the game has become too dangerous to continue. There are indications that our inquiries have begun to attract attention from quarters that might prefer the case to remain unsolved. That evening, in the quiet of his apartment, Poirot prepared for the meeting with the methodical care he brought to all significant encounters. He reviewed his notes, considering not just what he had learned, but what questions remained unanswered. The pattern of the murders was clear, the psychological methodology increasingly comprehensible, but the specific mechanism by which death had been accomplished remained as mysterious as ever. As he prepared for sleep, one last thought drifted through his consciousness. Tomorrow evening would either provide the key to understanding the invisible assassin, or would demonstrate that some mysteries were designed to remain forever, just beyond the reach of even the most dedicated pursuit of truth. The rain that began to fall against his windows seemed to whisper promises of revelation, but also warnings of dangers that might make the truth more costly than ignorance. The following day dawned with the soft persistence of autumn light filtering through clouds that held both promise and threat. Brussels awakened around Poirot with its customary blend of commercial energy and cultural sophistication, but the detective found himself more attuned than usual to these subtle currents of unease that seemed to move through the city like an underground river. The morning brought routine correspondence and the ordinary business of maintaining both his professional reputation and his personal standards of elegance. But his mind remained focused on the approaching evening and the meeting that might finally illuminate the mystery that had occupied his thoughts for days. He spent the afternoon in methodical preparation, reviewing his notes one final time and considering the various possibilities that the encounter might reveal. Inspector Vanderberg arrived at 6 o'clock, his presence both reassuring and evidence of the gravity with which the Belgian police regarded the evening's developments. They had arranged for discreet surveillance of the Café de la Paix, positioning officers in locations that would permit observation without compromising the meeting's apparent privacy. "The café is a wise choice for such an encounter," Vanderberg observed as they walked through the early evening streets toward the Grand Place. "Public enough to discourage violence, familiar enough to allow for easy observation of anyone who might seem out of place." The Grand Place in the early evening held a beauty that seemed almost supernatural in its perfection. The guild halls glowing like jewelled boxes in the lamplight, the cobblestones reflecting the warm light spilling from cafe windows, the entire scene suggesting a world where human civilization had achieved its highest expression of both functionality and aesthetic grace. It was a setting that made the presence of violent death seem not just tragic, but somehow fundamentally wrong. The Café de la Paix occupied a corner position that afforded its patrons views of both the Grand Place itself and the network of smaller streets that radiated outward like spokes from the hub of Brussels' historical heart. Poirot chose a table that permitted observation of both the café's entrance and the movements of pedestrians in the square, and settled into the familiar rhythm of waiting that was as much a part of his profession as observation and deduction. The man who approached his table at precisely 8 o'clock was not what Poirot had expected. Rather than the sinister figure his imagination might have conjured, he found himself facing someone who could have been a university professor or perhaps a senior civil servant. Middle-aged, well-dressed in the understated style that suggested both education and discretion, carrying himself with the particular poise of someone accustomed to moving through various social circles without calling undue attention to himself. "Monsieur Poirot," the man said, his voice carrying the same cultured accent that had characterized their telephone conversation, "I am grateful that you accepted my invitation. May I join you?" "Certainement," Poirot replied, gesturing to the chair across from him, while his eyes took in details that might prove significant. The quality of the man's clothing, the careful grooming that suggested both vanity and professional necessity, the hands that showed evidence of desk work rather than physical labour, the eyes that seemed to observe everything while revealing nothing. "I believe you know why I have requested this meeting," the man continued, settling into his chair with the easy grace of someone comfortable in social situations. "The deaths that have occupied your attention recently were not random tragedies, as I believe you have already surmised." "Indeed. Though I confess myself curious about your knowledge of these matters, and perhaps more importantly, about your reasons for sharing that knowledge now." The man smiled, an expression that managed to be both charming and somehow deeply unsettling. "My name is Dr. Andreas Möller, though I have operated under various identities depending upon the requirements of my work. I am what you might call a specialist in the application of psychological principles to problems that require unconventional solutions. You're the one they call the invisible assassin. I prefer to think of myself as someone who has learned to work with the natural tendencies of the human mind rather than against them. The three men who died, Durand, Fouquet and Moreau, were killed not by poison or violence, but by their own consciences. Poirot leaned back slightly in his chair, his grey cells now fully engaged with the implications of Muller's revelation. You induced them to take their own lives. I created circumstances in which they chose death over the alternatives they faced. Each man was already under considerable psychological pressure due to knowledge they possessed, but were uncertain how to act upon. I simply clarified their options. Through the telephone calls, through carefully crafted presentations of information that made clear the full implications of what they knew and the consequences they would face regardless of how they chose to proceed. Durand learned that his diplomatic negotiations had been compromised by information that would destroy both his career and his country's position in certain delicate matters. Fouquet discovered that his concerns about irregular banking transactions would implicate him in activities he had unknowingly facilitated. Moreau was shown evidence that his investigation would expose not just the connections he sought to reveal, but his own family's involvement in activities that would destroy their reputation and safety. The methodical cruelty of the approach struck Poirot with the force of cold water. Muller had not simply killed his victims, he had convinced them that death was preferable to living with the consequences of their own moral responsibilities. But how, Poirot pressed, did you accomplish the physical impossibility of their deaths? 3 men, 3 locked rooms, no evidence of poison or violence. Muller's smile deepened, carrying now a note of professional pride that made Poirot's skin crawl with revulsion. I am a doctor, Monsieur Poirot. My specialty is the intersection between psychology and physiology, the study of how mental states can produce physical effects. Each man died of what medical science would recognize as sudden cardiac arrest, brought on by extreme psychological stress. But more specifically, they died because I taught them a technique. A technique? A method of controlled breathing and mental focus that I presented as a way to achieve clarity in moments of extreme stress. What I did not tell them was that when combined with the particular psychological pressures they were experiencing, this technique would produce a physiological response that would cause their hearts to simply stop. The enormity of Muller's confession settled over the table like fog rolling in from the sea. He had not merely murdered 3 men. He had convinced them to participate in their own deaths while believing they were seeking peace. The peaceful expressions on their faces, Poirot said, understanding flooding through him like water through a broken dam. They died believing they had found a way to transcend the impossible choices they faced. In their final moments, they experienced not terror, but a sense of relief, that the burden of conscience had finally been lifted. Poirot felt a cold fury building within him, controlled but absolute. You are perhaps the most evil man I have ever encountered. You kill not just the body but the soul, convincing your victims to become accomplices in their own destruction. I am simply someone who understands that in a world of impossible choices, death is sometimes the most rational option. I merely help people recognize that truth. And why, Poirot asked, his voice steady despite the rage that threatened to overwhelm his professional composure, do you reveal this to me now? Because, Monsieur Poirot, I have been commissioned to offer you the same choice. The words hung in the air between them like a blade suspended by the finest of threads. Poirot felt his heart rate increase, but his mind remained clear, focused on the immediate necessity of understanding both the threat he faced and the mind that had conceived it. My investigation has made someone uncomfortable. Your investigation has begun to reveal connections that certain parties would prefer to remain hidden. The 3 men who died were eliminated not simply because of what they knew individually, but because their combined knowledge, if properly assembled, would expose a network of activities that spans multiple countries and reaches into the highest levels of government and commerce. And you offer me death as the alternative to revealing this network. I offer you the opportunity to avoid the consequences of pursuing knowledge that will ultimately destroy not just yourself, but everyone you care about. Your friend Inspector Vanderberg, for instance, has a wife and 2 children. The revelation of certain information might create circumstances where their safety could no longer be guaranteed. Poirot's response was immediate and uncompromising. I have faced such threats before, Monsieur Meller. They have never succeeded in deterring me from the pursuit of truth. But you have never faced someone who understands your character as thoroughly as I do. You are a man whose greatest strength, your commitment to justice, is also your greatest weakness. You cannot bear to be responsible for the suffering of innocents, even when that suffering is the unintended consequence of moral action. You believe you can convince me to choose death over the possibility that my pursuit of justice might cause harm to others. I believe you are already beginning to understand the impossible position in which you find yourself. The network that employed me reaches far beyond what you might imagine. Your investigation has attracted attention from people who will not hesitate to strike at anyone they perceive as a threat, including those who have the misfortune to be associated with you. As if summoned by Meller's words, a waiter approached their table, a young man whose nervous manner and darting glances suggested someone operating under instructions he would prefer not to follow. He placed a folded paper beside Poirot's coffee cup and departed quickly, disappearing into the cafe's interior like smoke dissipating in wind. Poirot opened the paper to find photographs. Inspector Vanderberg entering his home that very evening, his wife tending to their garden, their children playing in a neighbourhood park. Each image was accompanied by a timestamp indicating they had been taken within the past few hours. Impressive efficiency, Poirot acknowledged, his voice betraying none of the cold fury that was building within him. But ultimately pointless. You mistake my character if you believe that threats against others will cause me to abandon justice. Instead, they merely confirm the necessity of stopping you. Even if that stopping requires you to accept responsibility for whatever harm might come to the innocents whose safety you could protect by simply choosing to cease your investigation. Especially then. The logic you offer is the logic of surrender to evil, dressed in the language of moral consideration. I have encountered it before, and I have learned that the only response is absolute rejection. Meller's expression shifted subtly, the charm fading to reveal something harder and more dangerous beneath. Then let me offer you a different kind of choice, Monsieur Poirot. One that does not require your death, but does require your cooperation. Speak. The network I represent has decided that your reputation for discretion might be more valuable than your elimination. We are prepared to offer you a position as a consultant, investigating certain matters while ensuring that your findings remain confidential to those who employ you. The compensation would be substantial, and the work would allow you to continue practicing your profession while avoiding the complications that come from excessive moral rigidity. Poirot's response came without hesitation. I am afraid, Doctor, merely that my moral rigidity is not a character flaw that can be corrected, but a defining characteristic that cannot be compromised. Your offer is declined. Then you choose to bear responsibility for whatever consequences follow from that decision. I choose to accept responsibility for pursuing justice regardless of the personal cost. It is what separates civilized human beings from the animals that hunt in darkness. Meller rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a man accustomed to making quick departures. Very well, Monsieur Poirot. I confess to being disappointed, though not entirely surprised. You will find that the consequences of your moral inflexibility will manifest themselves quite soon. And you will find, Doctor, Meller, that there are some things more powerful than fear, and some people who cannot be broken by the application of psychological pressure, no matter how skillfully applied. As Meller disappeared into the evening crowds of the Grand Place, Poirot remained at his table, his mind already working through the implications of what he had learned, and the immediate necessities of protecting both himself and those who might be targeted because of their association with him. The invisible assassin was invisible no longer, but stopping him would require not just understanding his methods, but anticipating his next moves, and positioning himself to counter them before they could be implemented. The game, as he had learned long ago, was far from over, but at least now he knew the rules by which it was being played. The night that followed Poirot's encounter with Dr. Meller seemed to stretch longer than ordinary darkness should permit, filled with the particular tension, that comes from knowing that danger is present but uncertain of the form it will take. The detective returned to his apartment with the measured pace of a man who understood that haste might create the very vulnerabilities his enemies hoped to exploit, but his mind remained fully engaged with the immediate necessities of survival and the longer-term requirements of justice. Inspector Vanderberg was waiting in the lobby of Whitehaven Mansions, his presence both reassuring and evidence that the surveillance of the cafe meeting had proceeded according to plan. His expression carried the mixture of professional concern and personal anxiety that indicated he had observed enough to understand the gravity of the situation they now faced. "Mon ami," Poirot greeted him as they ascended to his apartment, "I trust your evening has been more peaceful than mine." "Our surveillance equipment captured most of your conversation with Mueller," Vanderberg replied, his voice carrying the controlled tension of a man attempting to maintain professional composure in circumstances that had become deeply personal. "The photographs he showed you, they were of my family." "Indeed. Dr. Mueller is someone who understands that the most effective threats are those directed not at one's person, but at one's affections. However, he has made the error of assuming that such threats will produce surrender rather than renewed determination." They entered Poirot's apartment, which seemed to offer sanctuary from the complications of the outside world, but which both men understood could no longer be considered entirely safe. The familiar arrangement of furniture and ornaments, the carefully maintained order that reflected Poirot's methodical approach to both life and profession, provided a sense of normalcy that was both comforting and somehow fragile. "What did you learn from his confession?" Vanderberg asked, settling into the chair that Poirot indicated, while his eyes continued to scan the room with the automatic awareness of someone who had spent years in law enforcement. "That we're dealing not with a simple murderer, but with someone who represents a network of interest that reaches far beyond what we initially imagined. The 3 deaths were not random eliminations, but carefully selected strikes against individuals whose combined knowledge threatened to expose activities that span multiple countries and involve people at the highest levels of government and commerce." Poirot moved to his desk and withdrew the notebook in which he had been recording his observations throughout the investigation. The pages now contained not just facts, but a pattern of connections that revealed the true scope of what they faced. Mueller spoke of a technique he taught his victims, a method of controlled breathing that he claimed would provide clarity, but which actually induced the cardiac arrest that killed them. But more than that, he convinced each man that death was preferable to living with the consequences of their knowledge. A form of murder that makes the victims complicit in their own deaths. Precisely. And now he has been commissioned to offer me a similar choice. Cease my investigation, or bear responsibility for harm that might come to those I care about. Vanderberg's expression hardened with the particular resolve that comes from recognizing that retreat is no longer possible. "What do you propose we do?" "We continue our investigation, but with the understanding that we are now engaged not merely in solving murders, but in exposing a conspiracy that will defend itself with whatever violence proves necessary. We must assume that every move we make is observed, every plan we develop is known to our enemies, and every person we involve becomes a potential target. That seems to argue for extreme caution. On the contrary, mon ami, it argues for extreme boldness. If we are to survive and achieve justice, we must move faster and more decisively than our enemies expect. We must force them to react to our initiatives rather than allowing them to control the pace and direction of events." Poirot turned to face the window, where Brussels spread out in the darkness like a map of possibilities, both promising and threatening. The city continued its ordinary life, people in their homes, workers ending late shifts, young couples walking through parks that seemed peaceful and safe, unaware that somewhere in their midst moved forces that treated human life as merely another tool to be used or discarded according to strategic necessity. "The network that Mueller represents," Poirot continued, "operates by exploiting the spaces between official oversight and private action. They succeed because they remain invisible, because their activities exist in the gaps between what governments acknowledge and what they actually know. But invisibility is also a weakness. If we can expose them to public scrutiny, we deprive them of their most essential advantage. How do you propose to accomplish such exposure?" by following the connections that led to the 3 murders, but more systematically and more publicly than our enemies expect. Mueller revealed that Durand, Fouquet, and Moreau possessed information that, if properly assembled, would expose the entire network. We must reconstruct that information and present it in a form that cannot be ignored or suppressed. The telephone's ring interrupted their planning, its sound cutting through the midnight quiet like a bell calling faithful to prayer or mourners to burial. Poirot answered with his customary courtesy, though both men understood that calls at such an hour rarely brought welcome news. "Monsieur Poirot," came a voice he did not recognise, female, speaking French with an accent that suggested education and considerable stress. "My name is Marie Durand. I am the daughter of Philippe Durand. I believe you met my mother yesterday." "Certainly, mademoiselle. How may I assist you?" "I am calling from Paris, where I have been reviewing my father's papers at the request of the Foreign Ministry. I have discovered something that I believe you should see, but I am afraid to discuss it over the telephone. Could you possibly come to Paris tomorrow? I fear that what I have found may place others in danger if it falls into the wrong hands." Poirot exchanged a glance with Vanderberg, who had moved close enough to overhear the conversation. The timing of the call, coming so soon after his confrontation with Mueller, could hardly be coincidental. But it might represent either an opportunity to advance their investigation or a trap designed to remove him from the relative safety of Brussels. "Mademoiselle," he replied carefully, "I would be happy to meet with you, but perhaps we might arrange to meet in Brussels rather than Paris. I could receive you here with all the discretion the sensitivity of the matter requires." A pause followed, filled with a quality of consideration that suggested genuine thought, rather than the implementation of a predetermined script. "I understand your caution, Monsieur Poirot, but I dare not travel with these documents. They are too valuable and too dangerous to risk in transit. But if you are concerned about your safety, perhaps you could bring a colleague? I know my father would have approved of any reasonable precautions you felt necessary to take." "Very well. I shall arrive on the morning train. Where would you prefer to meet?" "The Bibliothèque Nationale in the reading room. It is public enough to discourage violence, but also a place where we can examine documents without attracting undue attention. Shall we say 11 o'clock? After ending the call, Poirot and Vanderberg spent several minutes considering the implications of this development. Marie Durand's request could represent a genuine breakthrough in their investigation, but it could also be an elaborate trap designed to lure Poirot away from the relative security of Brussels and into circumstances where he would be more vulnerable to the kind of pressure Mueller had specialised in applying. "I shall accompany you," Vanderberg declared, his tone carrying the finality of a decision that would not be reconsidered. "Non, mon ami. If this is indeed a trap, there is no reason for both of us to walk into it. And if it is a genuine opportunity to advance our investigation, someone must remain here to coordinate our response to whatever we learn. Then at least allow me to arrange for surveillance. I have contacts in the Paris prefecture who could provide discreet protection." "That would be wise, but remember, our enemies have demonstrated considerable sophistication in their operations. We must assume that any precautions we take are known to them and plan accordingly." The remainder of the night passed in careful preparation for the journey to Paris. Poirot reviewed everything they had learned about the case, looking for patterns that might help him evaluate whatever information Marie Durand claimed to have discovered. He also prepared several contingency plans, depending upon what the meeting might reveal and what threats it might expose. As dawn began to brighten the windows of his apartment, Poirot found himself thinking not just about the immediate challenges he faced, but about the larger questions the case had raised about the nature of evil and the responsibilities of those who encountered it in its most sophisticated forms. Dr. Mueller represented something more dangerous than ordinary criminality. He was someone who had learned to weaponize human conscience, to turn moral responsibility into a tool of destruction. The network he served operated by exploiting the very qualities that made civilization possible: trust, cooperation, the assumption that other people shared basic commitments to truth and justice. But recognizing the nature of the enemy also illuminated the path to victory. If Mueller and his associates succeeded by remaining invisible, by operating in the spaces between official oversight and public awareness, then exposure was indeed their greatest vulnerability. The challenge was to accomplish that exposure without providing them with opportunities to eliminate the exposers before their work could be completed. The morning train to Paris carried Poirot through a landscape that seemed painted in watercolours left too long in the rain. Pale fields stretching toward horizons that disappeared into mist, farmhouses standing like ancient monuments to the persistence of human hope, villages that dozed in the autumn light with the contentment of places that had learned to endure. The detective used the journey to centre his mind, allowing the rhythmic sound of wheels on rails to carry away the tension of recent days and replace it with the focused calm he would need for whatever awaited him in the City of Light. Paris revealed itself gradually through the train window, first as industrial suburbs that spoke of commerce and ambition, then as the increasingly familiar architecture that had made the city a touchstone of European civilization. But today, Poirot found himself observing the scene with the heightened awareness that comes from knowing that danger might be present in even the most familiar circumstances. The Gare du Nord received him with its characteristic blend of functional efficiency and Belle Époque grandeur, but Poirot moved through the crowds with the careful attention of a man who understood that anonymity was no longer possible. His enemies had demonstrated their capacity for surveillance, and he must assume that his movements were being observed and analysed by minds that understood both his methods and his character. The Bibliothèque Nationale stood like a temple to the power of human knowledge, its classical facade suggesting that within its walls resided the accumulated wisdom of centuries of scholarship and inquiry. Poirot approached the building with the particular reverence he always felt for institutions dedicated to the preservation and dissemination of truth, but also with the awareness that even such sacred spaces could be corrupted by the presence of those who served falsehood. Marie Durand was waiting in the reading room as promised, and Poirot recognised immediately that she was indeed Philippe Durand's daughter. The same intelligent eyes, the same careful bearing that suggested someone accustomed to moving in circles where discretion was both a professional necessity and a personal virtue. She was perhaps 30, dressed with the understated elegance that spoke of good breeding tempered by practical considerations, and her manner carried the particular tension of someone who possessed information she was uncertain how to handle. "Monsieur Poirot," she greeted him, her voice pitched to carry warmth while maintaining the formality appropriate to their surroundings. "Thank you for coming. I confess myself uncertain about the wisdom of what I am about to show you, but I cannot bear to carry this knowledge alone." They settled at a table in a corner of the reading room where their conversation could be conducted in relative privacy, while remaining within the protective anonymity of a public space. Marie opened a leather portfolio that contained documents whose very appearance suggested both official importance and careful handling. "After my father's death," she began, her voice carrying the controlled emotion of someone who had learned to manage grief without being overwhelmed by it, "the Foreign Ministry requested that I review his personal papers to determine whether any official documents had been inadvertently included among his private effects. What I found was more disturbing than anything I could have imagined." She withdrew a folder bound with red ribbon, the kind of security measure that indicated documents of particular sensitivity. "My father had been maintaining a private record of certain activities he had observed during his diplomatic career, activities that he believed represented a threat to the stability of European civilization itself." Poirot accepted the folder with reverence, due to what might be the final testament of a man who had died for his commitment to truth. The documents within were written in Philippe Durand's careful hand, organised with the methodical precision of someone accustomed to handling complex information that might need to be referenced quickly and accurately. The first document was dated 6 months before Durand's death, and titled "Observations on Irregular Activities in International Finance and Politics." What followed was a detailed account of patterns Durand had observed during his diplomatic missions, connections between political movements and financial interests that crossed national boundaries, individuals who seemed to move between government and private sector roles with suspicious frequency, meetings that occurred without official acknowledgement, but whose effects became apparent in subsequent policy decisions. "Your father was documenting what appears to be a network of individuals operating outside normal governmental channels," Poirot observed, his grey cells beginning to process the implications of what he was reading. "More than that," Marie replied, her voice dropping to ensure their conversation remained private. He was trying to understand how such a network could coordinate activities across multiple countries without detection by official intelligence services. His conclusion was that they had developed methods of communication and coordination that existed entirely outside normal channels of observation. The second document was more recent, dated only weeks before Durand's death, and its contents made Poirot's breath catch in his throat. It was a list of names, individuals in various European countries who Durand believed were connected to the network he had been investigating. Among them were prominent bankers, journalists, government officials and academics, all linked by what Durand described as their capacity to influence events while remaining invisible to public scrutiny. Two of the names on the list were Marcel Fouquet and Henri Moreau. "Mon Dieu," Poirot whispered, the significance of the discovery settling over him like a weight. Your father had identified the other victims before their deaths. He knew they were at risk. "There's more," Marie said, producing a third document that bore the unmistakable signs of having been written in haste and considerable agitation. "This was found hidden in a book in my father's study, written in what appears to be a simple code he had developed for his most sensitive observations." Poirot examined the coded document, his mind automatically beginning the process of pattern recognition that would allow him to decipher its contents. The code appeared to be based on a substitution cipher, using diplomatic terminology as key words, a system that would be comprehensible to someone with Durand's background while remaining opaque to casual observers. After several minutes of careful analysis, the message began to reveal itself. "The network has identified me as a threat. Contact has been made by someone claiming to offer information that would complete my investigation, but I suspect this is a trap designed to eliminate me before I can act upon what I have learned. If something happens to me, the truth must not die with me." The three names marked with asterisks on the list represent individuals who possess pieces of the larger puzzle. Together, their knowledge would expose the entire operation. Poirot looked up from the document to find Marie watching him with an expression that mixed hope with terror. "The three names with asterisks," he said softly, "are your father, Marcel Fouquet, and Henri Moreau. All three are now dead, by methods that leave no evidence of murder, but not before documenting what they knew and ensuring that their knowledge could survive their deaths." Poirot felt the familiar stirring of intellectual excitement tempered by the gravity of what they faced. "Your father was more clever than his enemies realized. He created a system that would preserve the truth even if he could not live to reveal it himself." They spent the next hour reviewing the remaining documents, which contained detailed evidence of financial transactions, political connections, and coordinated activities that painted a picture of a network operating on a scale that dwarfed anything Poirot had previously encountered. The scope of the conspiracy was breathtaking. Individuals in positions of power across Europe working together to influence events, according to an agenda that served their private interests rather than the public good. "The question now," Poirot said, as they carefully returned the documents to their protective folder, "is how to ensure that this information reaches people who can act upon it without falling victim to the same fate as those who compiled it." "I have made copies," Marie replied, producing a second portfolio identical to the first. "But I confess I'm uncertain about who can be trusted with such explosive information. My father's notes suggest that the network has penetrated government and media organizations at the highest levels. Then we must find a way to make the information public that does not depend upon official channels. We must create circumstances where suppression becomes impossible because exposure is too widespread to control." As they prepared to leave the library, Poirot found himself thinking about the complexity of the challenge they faced. The network that had killed Philippe Durand, Marcel Fouquet, and Henri Moreau operated by remaining invisible, by conducting their activities in the spaces between official oversight and public awareness. But that same invisibility, which was their greatest strength, might also prove to be their greatest weakness if it could be stripped away through coordinated exposure. The afternoon streets of Paris seemed different as they emerged from the library, not just busy with the ordinary commerce of urban life, but charged with possibilities both promising and dangerous. Every face in the crowd might belong to someone connected to the network they were trying to expose. Every casual observer might be reporting their movements to people who would not hesitate to kill to protect their secrets. "Mademoiselle," Poirot said, as they paused at a cafe whose outdoor tables afforded them both the security of public visibility and the opportunity for private conversation. "I believe your father would be proud of your courage in preserving his work, but I must warn you that the danger he faced has now extended to you. These people will not hesitate to eliminate anyone they perceive as a threat." "I understand that, Monsieur Poirot, but I also understand that my father died believing that truth was more important than safety. I cannot honour his memory by choosing cowardice over justice. Then we must be very clever about how we proceed. The network succeeds by controlling the flow of information, by ensuring that dangerous truths never reach the people who could act upon them. But there are ways to circumvent such control if one is sufficiently creative and sufficiently careful." They spent the remainder of the afternoon developing a plan that would ensure the survival and dissemination of Philippe Durand's research, even if neither of them lived to see its implementation. Copies of the documents would be placed in multiple locations, with instructions for their release if certain conditions were met. Trusted individuals in various countries would be provided with partial information, enough to begin independent investigations, but not enough to make them immediate targets for elimination. "The invisible assassin and his network succeed because they attack individuals," Poirot explained, as they walked through the Tuileries garden in the gathering dusk. "But they cannot attack the truth itself if it becomes too widespread to suppress. Our task is to ensure that your father's discoveries become part of the historical record, regardless of what happens to us." As evening settled over Paris, transforming the city into a constellation of lights that stretched to the horizon, Poirot felt both the weight of responsibility and the particular satisfaction that came from understanding that justice, while sometimes delayed, was never ultimately defeated. The invisible assassin had revealed himself, the network he served had been mapped and documented, and the truth they had killed to protect was no longer secret. The train back to Brussels carried Poirot through the darkness of northern France, past villages whose windows glowed with the warm light of families gathered for evening meals, past fields that slept under stars that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires built on both truth and lies. But tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to ensure that the light of justice penetrated even the darkest corners where evil had learned to hide. In his compartment, Poirot reviewed the copies of Philippe Durand's documents one final time, committing details to memory and considering how best to present the information in ways that would serve both truth and justice. The invisible assassin was invisible no longer, and the network he served would soon discover that invisibility once lost could never be recovered. Brussels in the early morning light seemed to welcome Poirot back with the familiar comfort of a city that had become not just his residence but his sanctuary. The familiar rhythm of trams along the boulevards, the warm glow of cafe windows promising coffee and companionship, the elegant facades of buildings that had witnessed centuries of human ambition and struggle, all combined to create an atmosphere of stability that made the events of recent days seem almost dreamlike in their intensity. But the leather portfolio under his arm contained evidence that such dreams were in fact waking realities, and that the comfortable assumptions of civilized life existed only because people like Philippe Durand had been willing to sacrifice their safety for the preservation of truth. Inspector Vanderberg was waiting at Poirot's apartment, with an expression that mixed relief at his safe return, with the particular tension that indicated significant developments during his absence. The Belgian detective's usually composed demeanour showed signs of strain, suggesting that the previous day had brought complications that extended beyond their investigation into realms of official concern. "Mon ami," Poirot greeted him warmly, "I trust the night passed without incident." "Not entirely," Vanderberg replied, accepting the offer of coffee with the gratitude of a man who had spent too many hours in circumstances that precluded normal comforts. "We received a visit from representatives of the Foreign Ministry who expressed concern about the direction of our investigation. It seems that certain diplomatic implications have been brought to their attention." "Ah," The network begins to feel pressure and seeks to use official channels to discourage our inquiries. This is actually encouraging. It suggests that our activities are having the desired effect. Poirot settled into his favourite chair and opened the portfolio containing Marie Durand's documents. The morning light streaming through his windows illuminated pages that contained evidence of activities that spanned multiple countries and involved individuals whose names would be recognised in the higher circles of European society. "What I learned in Paris," he continued, spreading the documents across his coffee table with the reverence due to artefacts that had been purchased with human life, "confirms our suspicions about the scope of the network we face. But more importantly, it provides us with the means to expose their activities in ways that will make continued invisibility impossible." Vanderberg examined the documents with the careful attention of a professional investigator, his expression growing increasingly grave as he absorbed the implications of what Philippe Durand had discovered and recorded. "This is extraordinary," he said finally. "If even half of these connections can be verified, it represents a conspiracy that reaches into every aspect of European political and economic life." Indeed, and the verification has already begun. Philippe Durand was too careful a diplomat to make accusations he could not support with evidence. What we have here is not speculation but documentation, compiled over months of careful observation by a man who understood both the importance of accuracy and the cost of error. The telephone's ring interrupted their examination of the documents, its sound carrying the particular urgency that indicated official business. Vanderberg answered with the crisp professionalism that his position demanded, but his expression during the brief conversation suggested that the news was neither welcome nor entirely unexpected. "That was the chief inspector," he explained after ending the call. "I have been instructed to report to headquarters immediately for a meeting with representatives from both the Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Justice. It appears that our investigation has attracted attention from quarters that prefer such matters to be handled with what they call appropriate discretion." Poirot nodded, understanding immediately that the network they were investigating had begun to use its influence within official channels to neutralise the threat their inquiries represented. "This development, while inconvenient, is not unexpected," he observed. "The network succeeds by infiltrating legitimate institutions and using them to serve illegitimate purposes, but such tactics can also expose them to countermeasures if one is prepared to think beyond conventional approaches. What do you propose? That you attend your meeting and listen carefully to whatever pressure is applied, but that you commit to nothing that would compromise our investigation. Meanwhile, I shall implement certain precautions that will ensure the continuation of our work, regardless of whatever official obstacles may be erected." After Vanderberg's departure, Poirot spent the morning in methodical preparation for what he suspected would be the final phase of their confrontation with the invisible assassin and his network. He made several telephone calls to contacts in various European capitals, journalists, academics, and government officials whose integrity was beyond question and whose positions would allow them to act upon the information he was prepared to share. The network had made the mistake of believing that their influence was absolute, that their capacity to pressure individuals would allow them to suppress truth indefinitely. But Poirot understood that even the most sophisticated conspiracy was vulnerable to exposure if the information was disseminated widely enough and through channels that could not all be controlled simultaneously. By noon, copies of Philippe Durand's documents were in the hands of people in London, Paris, Berlin and Rome, individuals whose professional reputations and personal courage would ensure that the truth would be preserved and ultimately revealed regardless of what happened to its original discoverers. The afternoon brought a visitor whose presence Poirot had been expecting. Dr. Andreas Müller, arriving not with the subtle menace that had characterized their previous encounter, but with the desperate urgency of someone whose carefully constructed plans had begun to unravel. "Monsieur Poirot," Müller said as he was admitted to the apartment, his usual composure replaced by an agitation that he struggled to conceal. "I believe we need to discuss the current situation with rather more frankness than characterized our previous conversation." "By all means, Doctor. Please, make yourself comfortable. I suspect this conversation will prove illuminating for both of us." Müller settled into the chair that Poirot indicated, but his manner suggested someone prepared to depart quickly if circumstances required. His eyes moved constantly around the room, taking in details that might prove significant, assessing exits and obstacles with the automatic awareness of someone whose survival had long depended upon such calculations. The documents that were discovered among Philippe Durand's effects, Mellor began without preamble, represent a significant complication for certain business relationships that have developed over recent years. There are people who would prefer that such information remain private. I imagine there are. Truth often proves inconvenient for those whose activities depend upon deception. But you must understand, Monsieur Poirot, that the relationships documented in those papers serve important purposes. The world is a complex place, and sometimes stability requires coordination between individuals and institutions that cannot be acknowledged publicly. You speak of a conspiracy against democratic governance as if it were a public service. I find myself unpersuaded by such reasoning. Mellor's expression hardened, revealing glimpses of the cold calculation that had enabled him to convince 3 men to choose death over life. The network you're investigating has prevented wars, Monsieur Poirot. It has maintained economic stability in times of crisis. It has ensured that Europe remains capable of functioning despite the political chaos that threatens civilized life. Would you destroy such achievements for the sake of abstract principles about governmental transparency? I would preserve the principles that make civilized life possible, even at the cost of arrangements that appear to serve short-term stability. History teaches us that conspiracies, however well-intentioned, ultimately serve the interests of conspirators rather than the people they claim to protect. And if the revelation of these documents leads to political chaos, if it undermines confidence in institutions that are essential to European stability, will you accept responsibility for such consequences? Poirot recognized the approach Mellor was taking. The same psychological pressure he had applied to his victims, the suggestion that moral responsibility required accepting immoral compromises to prevent greater harm. Dr. Mellor, he replied with calm finality, I have learned that the question, what if terrible consequences follow from moral action, is always asked by those who profit from immoral arrangements. The answer is that we must choose justice over convenience, truth over stability, and principle over expedience, trusting that civilization is strong enough to survive the revelation of its own corruption. Then you will not be dissuaded from your current course. I will not, and more importantly, neither will the truth itself. The information contained in Philippe Durand's documents has already been placed beyond your reach. Eliminating me would serve no purpose except to confirm the guilt of those you represent. Mellor rose from his chair with the controlled movement of someone who had accepted an outcome he had hoped to avoid. I am sorry to hear that, Monsieur Poirot. You are a man of admirable principles, but principles without practical wisdom often lead to tragic consequences. And practical wisdom without principles, Doctor, leads to exactly the kind of moral corruption that your network represents. I prefer tragedy to corruption. After Mellor's departure, Poirot spent the remainder of the afternoon in quiet contemplation of what he had accomplished and what remained to be done. The invisible assassin had been exposed, his methods understood, and his network mapped. The truth had been preserved and disseminated beyond the reach of those who had killed to suppress it. But most importantly, justice had been served, not in the dramatic sense of arrests and trials, but in the deeper sense of ensuring that truth would ultimately prevail over deception, that light would penetrate even the darkest corners where evil had learned to hide. As evening settled over Brussels, transforming the city into a constellation of lights that stretched to the horizon, Poirot felt the particular satisfaction that came from work well done. The invisible assassin was invisible no longer, and the network he served would discover that certain truths once revealed could never again be hidden. The telephone rang one final time as he prepared for bed, bringing news that he had been expecting. Inspector Vanderberg, calling to report that his meeting with ministry officials had been cancelled, that certain diplomatic pressures had suddenly been withdrawn, and that their investigation would be allowed to proceed without official interference. The network is in retreat, Vanderberg observed with satisfaction. Word has reached them that their activities are now known to people who cannot be intimidated or corrupted. Indeed, mon ami, the invisible assassin and his associates have learned that there are some things more powerful than fear, and some people who cannot be broken by the application of psychological pressure, no matter how skillfully applied. As Poirot settled into sleep, his last thought was of Philippe Durand, Marcel Fouquet, and Henri Moreau. 3 men who had died because they possessed knowledge that threatened those who preferred darkness to light. Their sacrifice had not been in vain, for truth, like the morning sun, had its own power to illuminate even the deepest shadows where evil might attempt to hide. The case of the invisible assassin was closed, not with violence or dramatic confrontation, but with the quiet triumph of justice over injustice, of truth over deception, of light over darkness. It was, Poirot reflected, exactly as it should be. In the morning, Brussels would wake to a world where certain shadows had been banished forever, where the invisible had become visible, and where those who served justice could rest in the knowledge that their vigil had not been in vain. And in that knowledge, there was peace. The months that followed brought the gentle satisfaction that comes from watching justice take root and flourish in soil that had been prepared by careful investigation and unwavering dedication to truth. Brussels settled back into its familiar rhythms, the morning trams carrying workers to their offices, the evening cafes filling with friends seeking comfort in wine and conversation, the seasonal transformations of the Grand Place as autumn gave way to winter, and then to the first tentative promises of spring. Poirot found himself returning to the quieter pursuits that had filled his days before the case of the invisible assassin had drawn him into the shadowy world of international conspiracy. He reorganized his library according to a new system that prioritized philosophical works over detective fiction, tended to his correspondence with the methodical care that reflected his respect for the art of written communication, and allowed himself the luxury of afternoon walks through neighbourhoods that no longer seemed charged with hidden dangers. But the case had left its mark on him, as significant cases always did, not in the form of trauma or regret, but in the deeper understanding of human nature that came from confronting evil in its most sophisticated forms. Dr. Andreas Müller had represented something more dangerous than ordinary criminality. He had weaponized the very qualities that made civilization possible, turning conscience and moral responsibility into instruments of destruction. The network that Müller had served gradually dissolved under the pressure of sustained investigation by authorities in multiple countries. Some members retreated into private life, their influence diminished by exposure. Others faced legal consequences for activities that could no longer be conducted in secrecy. A few simply disappeared, perhaps to attempt reconstruction of their operations in different circumstances, but always with the knowledge that invisibility, once lost, could never be entirely recovered. Inspector Vanderberg visited regularly, bringing updates on the ongoing investigations that had grown from Philippe Durand's carefully preserved documentation. The scope of what they had uncovered continued to expand, revealing connections and activities that painted an ever more complete picture of how power could be exercised outside the boundaries of democratic oversight. "It is remarkable," Vanderberg observed during one such visit, as they sat in Poirot's familiar sitting room watching the early evening light paint Brussels in shades of gold and amber. "How much damage a small group of individuals can accomplish when they operate without moral constraints. But perhaps even more remarkable is how quickly such damage can be undone when truth is allowed to shine upon it." "Indeed, mon ami," Poirot replied, his hands wrapped around a cup of café au lait prepared according to the precise ritual that had become as much a meditation as a beverage. "The case taught us that evil, however sophisticated its methods, remains fundamentally brittle. It depends upon darkness, secrecy, and the acquiescence of good people who prefer comfortable ignorance to uncomfortable truth. But when such conditions are removed, evil reveals itself to be far less powerful than it appeared." The evening light continued to deepen outside the windows, and Brussels began its transformation into the constellation of lights that had become, for Poirot, a symbol of human resilience and hope. Each lighted window represented a family gathered for dinner, friends meeting for conversation, individuals pursuing the ordinary dreams that gave life meaning and purpose. It was this ordinary goodness, multiplied by millions across Europe, that made the machinations of conspirators ultimately irrelevant. Marie Durand had used her father's research to write a book that became a cornerstone of academic understanding about the hidden currents of 1930s European politics. The work was published simultaneously in multiple countries, ensuring that no single government or institution could suppress its revelations. She dedicated the book to her father's memory, and to all those who had died protecting truths that others preferred to keep hidden. The families of Marcel Fouquet and Henri Moreau found their own forms of peace in the knowledge that their loved ones' deaths had not been meaningless, that the investigation their knowledge had made possible would prevent others from suffering similar fates. The peaceful expressions that had puzzled investigators were finally understood not as evidence of surrender, but as signs of men who had found, in their final moments, the assurance that truth would survive even if they could not. As spring arrived in Brussels, bringing with it the renewal that seemed to promise possibilities both familiar and new, Poirot found himself thinking often about the nature of invisibility and visibility, secrecy and revelation. The case had demonstrated that the most dangerous enemies were often those who hid in plain sight, who used their very ordinariness as camouflage for extraordinary evil. But it had also shown that truth possessed its own form of visibility, its own capacity to illuminate even the most carefully constructed deceptions. The invisible assassin had been defeated not by violence or dramatic confrontation, but by the patient work of investigation, documentation, and the ultimate decision to choose justice over safety, principle over convenience. On a particularly beautiful morning in May, as the trees along the boulevards wore the fresh green of new leaves and the air carried promises of summer warmth, Poirot received a letter that brought the story of the invisible assassin to its final resolution. The envelope bore the seal of the International Court of Justice, and its contents informed him that Dr. Andreas Müller had been apprehended while attempting to establish new operations in South America. The arrest had been made possible by the network of evidence that Philippe Durand's documentation had created, threads of information that connected across continents and could not be severed by the elimination of any single individual. Müller would face trial for his crimes, but more importantly, the methodology he had perfected would be exposed and understood, making it far more difficult for others to employ similar techniques. Poirot set aside the letter and moved to his window, where Brussels spread out below him in all its familiar beauty. The city pulsed with the rhythms of ordinary life, people hurrying to appointments, children playing in parks, vendors setting up their stalls in the markets. It was a scene of normal human activity that had been made possible in part by the work he and his colleagues had done to preserve the conditions under which such normalcy could flourish. The invisible assassin was visible now, captured not just physically but intellectually, his methods understood and his network dismantled. The three men who had died to protect certain truths had not sacrificed their lives in vain, for those truths had ultimately prevailed over the forces that sought to suppress them. As the sun climbed higher over Brussels, painting the morning in shades of hope and possibility, Poirot felt the deep satisfaction that comes from work, completed according to the higher standards of both professional excellence and moral responsibility. Justice had been served, truth had been preserved, and the world was, in some small but significant way, a safer place for ordinary people to pursue their ordinary dreams. The case of the invisible assassin had ended as all cases should end, not with violence or vengeance, but with understanding, with the triumph of light over darkness, and with the quiet assurance that good people, working together with courage and dedication, could indeed make a difference in the great struggle between justice and injustice that defined the human condition. And in Brussels that morning, as church bells chimed the hour across a city that breathed with the contentment of peace preserved, Hercule Poirot allowed himself the luxury of believing that sometimes, just sometimes, the world achieved the justice it deserved. In that belief, there was not just peace, but hope. Hope that truth would always find a way to shine, that courage would always triumph over fear, and that the invisible would always, ultimately be revealed to the light of day. The story slips into the hush of night, but your journey continues. Are you listening from the glowing skyline of Shanghai, the ancient heart of Jerusalem, the quiet suburbs of Montreal, or beneath the vast skies of Nairobi. If these midnight tales move you, like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, may your dreams be deep and the darkness kind.